Welcome in, fellow summoners. Tonight, under the watchful eyes of the Rift, we shall dive into the legendary tales of Runeterra to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of Runeterra, whether you're watching from the war halls of Noxus, the forests of Ionia, or the depths of the Shadow Isles. Share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of champions and chaos as we dive into tonight's legendary tales. Chapter 1. The Way of the Wind. Welcome, dear friend, to another evening by the fireside. The flames dance gently before us, casting their warm glow against the gathering darkness, and outside, the wind whispers secrets through the trees. Tonight, as you settle into comfort and let the day's worries fade away, we turn our attention to one of Runeterra's most tragic and ultimately redemptive tales, the story of Yasuo, the Unforgiven. Picture, if you will, the mystical land of Ionia, where magic flows as naturally as the wind through bamboo groves, where ancient traditions shape the very essence of life itself. In this realm of balance and harmony, where the spiritual and physical worlds dance together in eternal embrace, there once lived a young man whose destiny would be written in both sorrow and salvation. Imagine yourself walking through the serene courtyards of a traditional Ionian sword school, where the morning mist clings to perfectly manicured gardens and the sound of practice blades cutting through air creates a rhythmic meditation. The wooden buildings, with their curved roofs and paper screens, seem to breathe with the land itself, and cherry blossoms drift on gentle breezes like nature's own confetti. Here, in this sanctuary of learning and discipline, young Yasuo first learned to listen to the wind's song. From his earliest days, there was something different about this particular student, something that set him apart from his peers in ways both wonderful and troubling. While other students struggled to master even the most basic sword forms, Yasuo moved with an innate grace that seemed almost supernatural, as if the very air around him responded to his presence. The masters watched with a mixture of pride and concern as this gifted youth progressed through his training at a pace that defied tradition. Where others spent months learning to channel their spiritual energy, Yasuo accomplished the same feats in mere weeks. Where his fellow students practiced their forms with determined concentration, Yasuo seemed to dance, his movements flowing like water, his blade singing through the air with an almost musical quality. But perhaps most remarkable of all was Yasuo's connection to the wind itself. The ancient art of wind technique was considered one of the most challenging disciplines in all of Ionian martial traditions, a mystical practice that required not just physical skill, but a deep spiritual attunement to the elemental forces of nature. Most students never progressed beyond the basic principles, and even those who showed promise often required decades to achieve true mastery. Yet for Yasuo, the wind was not something to be conquered or controlled, but rather a companion to be understood and embraced. He could feel the subtle shifts in air pressure that preceded a storm, sense the direction of distant breezes, and most remarkably, begin to harness these natural forces in his swordplay. His practice sessions became spectacles of beauty and power, as leaves would swirl around him in perfect spirals, and his practice strikes would send visible ripples through the air. The other students watched these displays with a complex mixture of admiration and envy. Some saw in Yasuo an inspiration, proof that with enough dedication, any of them might achieve similar heights. Others, however, began to whisper that such rapid progress was unnatural, that perhaps the young prodigy was taking shortcuts or receiving unfair advantages from the masters. Yasuo himself seemed largely oblivious to these undercurrents of tension. He was, in many ways, still just a young man discovering his place in the world. He loved the thrill of mastering new techniques, the satisfaction of perfect execution, and the praise that came from his instructors. There was an innocence to his enthusiasm, a pure joy in the practice of his art, that spoke to his fundamental good nature. His relationship with his master was particularly special, a bond that transcended the typical teacher-student dynamic and approached something more akin to father and son. The elder recognized in Yasuo not just exceptional talent, but also a good heart and a desire to use his abilities in service of others. Under this careful guidance, the young swordsman began to develop not just his physical skills, but also his understanding of the deeper philosophies that underpinned Ionian martial arts. The concept of balance was central to everything they practiced. The idea that strength must be tempered with wisdom, that power must be balanced with restraint, that individual excellence must serve the greater harmony of all things. These were not just abstract concepts, but living principles that were meant to guide every aspect of a warrior's life. During quiet moments between training sessions, master and student would often sit together in the school's meditation garden, watching the interplay of light and shadow, feeling the rhythm of the natural world around them. These conversations covered everything from the technical aspects of swordplay to the broader questions of purpose and meaning that every young person must eventually confront. "The wind teaches us about impermanence," his master would say, gesturing toward the leaves that danced overhead. "It shows us that all things must change, must move, must eventually transform into something new. But it also teaches us about connection, how all things are part of the same great flow, how individual movements contribute to larger patterns." These lessons resonated deeply with Yasuo, who was beginning to understand that his growing abilities came with corresponding responsibilities. The stronger he became, the more he would be expected to protect those who could not protect themselves. The more skilled he grew, the more others would look to him for guidance and leadership. As the months passed, Yasuo's reputation began to spread beyond the walls of the sword school. Stories of the young Wind Master reached other training institutions, traveling merchants, and even the attention of various political factions within Ionia. Some saw in him a symbol of their nation's strength and spiritual depth. Others began to calculate how such abilities might be turned to their own purposes. But for Yasuo himself, these larger implications remained distant concerns. He was focused on his training, on pushing the boundaries of what was possible with wind technique, on earning the respect and approval of his beloved master. The future stretched before him like an open road, full of promise and possibility. The seasons turned, and with each passing day, Yasuo grew more powerful, more confident, and more deeply connected to the elemental forces that flowed through all of Ionia. His morning practice sessions became a kind of moving meditation, a communion with nature that left him feeling centered and at peace with the world. On warm afternoons, he would often practice alone in secluded clearings, experimenting with new applications of wind technique, pushing himself to understand the subtle nuances of air current and atmospheric pressure. These solo sessions were some of his happiest moments, times when he felt completely in harmony with himself and the natural world around him. The cherry trees that surrounded the practice grounds seemed to respond to his presence, their blossoms swirling in impossible patterns when he moved through his forms. Birds would alter their flight paths to ride the wind currents he created, and even the insects seemed to dance to the rhythm of his movements. Yet even in these moments of perfect tranquility, there was something stirring in the distance, a darkness gathering on the horizon that would soon shatter this peaceful existence forever. The winds that Yasuo had learned to read so well were beginning to carry new scents, new energies that spoke of approaching change. But for now, in these last golden days of innocence, the young swordsman continued his training with unwavering dedication, unaware that forces far beyond his control were already setting the stage for a tragedy that would transform him from a promising student into one of the most famous and tormented figures in all of Runeterra. As we pause here in our tale, with young Yasuo still secure in his world of training and tradition, perhaps you might reflect on those moments in your own life, when everything seemed possible, when the path ahead appeared clear and bright. How do we hold on to that sense of wonder and purpose, even when the winds of change begin to blow more strongly than we ever expected? Chapter 2. The Elder's Trust. In the mist-veiled mountains of Ionia, where ancient wisdom flows like morning dew through sacred groves, a bond was forming that would define the very essence of honor and betrayal. As shadows lengthen around our warm fire tonight, let us delve deeper into the relationship that would become the cornerstone of Yasuo's greatest triumph and most devastating failure. The sword school where Yasuo trained was more than merely an institution of martial learning. It was a living repository of Ionian culture, a place where the spiritual traditions of countless generations had been carefully preserved and passed down through an unbroken chain of masters and students. At the heart of this sacred community stood the Elder, a figure of such profound wisdom and gentle authority that his very presence seemed to bring peace to all who encountered him. Imagine, if you will, this venerable teacher in the twilight years of an extraordinary life. His hair, now silver as moonlight on water, had once been as dark as the rich earth of Ionian valleys. His hands, weathered by decades of sword practice and meditation, carried within their lines the accumulated knowledge of a lifetime devoted to understanding the deeper mysteries of martial arts and spiritual discipline. The Elder's eyes held a particular quality that those who knew him would never forget, a depth of compassion combined with unwavering strength, the gaze of someone who had seen both the highest heights of human nobility and the darkest depths of suffering, yet had never lost faith in the essential goodness that resided within every soul. When he looked at his students, he saw not just their current abilities, but their infinite potential for growth and transformation. For Yasuo, this master represented everything he aspired to become. The Elder embodied the perfect balance between power and restraint, between individual excellence and service to others, between the fierce discipline required for martial mastery and the gentle wisdom needed for true understanding. In many ways, the old teacher had become more than just an instructor. He had become the father figure that Yasuo had never truly known. Their relationship had evolved gradually over the years, beginning with the formal respect that all students showed their teachers, but deepening into something far more personal and profound. The Elder had recognized early on that Yasuo possessed not just exceptional talent, but also a fundamentally good heart, a combination that was both precious and potentially dangerous if not properly guided. During their private training sessions, which often extended long past the formal end of the school day, the Elder would share not just advanced techniques, but also the philosophical insights that gave meaning to their practice. These conversations took place in the school's inner courtyard, a space reserved for the most serious discussions between master and advanced students. Strength without wisdom is destruction waiting to happen, the Elder would often say, his voice carrying the gentle authority that made even his most challenging observations feel like gifts rather than criticisms. But wisdom without strength is merely philosophy, beautiful but ultimately powerless to protect those who need protection. Yasuo absorbed these lessons with the same intensity that he brought to his physical training. He understood, even at his young age, that his master was preparing him for responsibilities that extended far beyond the walls of their peaceful school. The Elder was grooming him not just to be a skilled swordsman, but to be a guardian of the values and traditions that made Ionia what it was. As the political situation in their homeland grew increasingly unstable, with reports of Noxian forces gathering at their borders, these lessons took on new urgency. The Elder began to speak more frequently about the duties that came with exceptional ability, about the sacrifices that true guardians must sometimes make, about the weight of protecting not just individual lives, but entire ways of life. The sword school had always maintained a position of careful neutrality in Ionia's complex political landscape, while various factions and military leaders competed for influence and power. The masters had focused on their educational mission, believing that their greatest contribution to their nation's strength lay in training honorable warriors rather than involving themselves directly in political maneuvering. But as the threat from Noxus grew more serious, even this peaceful institution could no longer remain completely apart from the gathering storm. Messages began arriving from various military commanders, requesting that the school's most accomplished students join the organized resistance efforts. Some masters argued that their duty was clear, to send their finest warriors to defend their homeland against invasion. The elder, however, saw the situation differently. His wisdom, accumulated over decades of careful observation, told him that the greatest threats to Ionia might not come from external enemies, but from the internal corruption and betrayal that war inevitably brought in its wake. He had lived through previous conflicts and had seen how easily noble causes could be perverted by ambition, fear, and the hunger for power. During one particularly memorable evening conversation, as they sat together watching the sunset paint the mountains in shades of gold and crimson, the elder shared with Yasuo his deepest concerns about the approaching conflict. "War changes everything it touches," he said, his voice heavy with the weight of experience. "Even those who fight for the most righteous causes can find themselves transformed by the violence they witness and participate in. The greatest casualties are often not counted in bodies, but in the erosion of the very values we claim to be defending." Yasuo listened intently, trying to understand the full implications of his master's words. The young man's natural instinct was to want to join the fight, to use his considerable abilities in defense of his homeland. The idea of remaining safely within the school's walls, while others risked their lives, felt almost cowardly to his passionate nature. But the elder had a different vision for how his most gifted student could best serve their people. Rather than sending Yasuo to join the armies gathering to face the Noxian threat, he began to speak of a more subtle but equally important responsibility: the protection of the school itself and all that it represented. "There are some things," the elder explained, "that are more valuable than any military victory, more important than any political triumph. The knowledge we preserve here, the traditions we maintain, the way of life we represent, these are the true treasures of our civilization. If we lose these in our efforts to defend them, then victory itself becomes meaningless." As the days passed and the signs of approaching war grew more unmistakable, the elder's trust in Yasuo deepened into something approaching total faith. He began sharing with his student not just advanced martial techniques, but also the deeper secrets of the school's traditions, ancient meditation practices, philosophical insights, and spiritual disciplines that had been passed down through generations of masters. More importantly, he began to entrust Yasuo with the safety of the school's most precious possessions, not material treasures, but the living embodiment of their traditions in the form of the students, teachers, and sacred spaces that made up their community. The elder's health, while still strong for a man of his years, was beginning to show signs of the accumulated weight of a lifetime of responsibility and dedication. On quiet mornings, when the mist still clung to the mountains and the first light of dawn was just beginning to touch the highest peaks, master and student would often practice together in the central courtyard. These sessions had evolved beyond mere training into something approaching a ritual, a daily affirmation of the bond between them and the values they both served. The elder's movements, though no longer possessing the explosive power of youth, demonstrated a perfection of technique and understanding that left even Yasuo awed by what he witnessed. Every gesture carried meaning, every stance embodied philosophy, every strike was a meditation on the nature of strength and restraint. "Watch carefully," the elder would say during these demonstrations, "not just what I do, but why I do it. The techniques themselves are important, but the understanding behind them is what transforms mere physical ability into true mastery." As the weight of approaching responsibility settled on Yasuo's shoulders, he began to understand that his master was preparing him for something far more significant than he had initially realized. The elder was not just teaching him advanced swordplay, he was preparing him to become the guardian of everything they both held sacred. The trust that the elder placed in his student was both humbling and terrifying. Yasuo could feel the weight of expectation, the enormous responsibility that came with being chosen as the protector of such precious traditions. Yet he also felt a deep sense of honor and purpose, that gave meaning to all of his years of training and dedication. In the evenings, as they would sit together in the school's meditation garden, surrounded by the gentle sounds of flowing water and rustling leaves, the elder would often speak about the nature of duty and the price of dedication. These conversations were among the most formative experiences of Yasuo's young life, shaping his understanding of what it truly meant to be a guardian and protector. The hardest choices, the elder observed during one such evening, are not between good and evil, but between different forms of good. Sometimes, in order to protect what matters most, we must make sacrifices that others will not understand. Sometimes, the greatest act of courage is to remain at our post when every instinct tells us to run toward the sound of battle. As our tale pauses here, with the sacred trust between master and student reaching its fullest expression, we see the foundation being laid for both the greatest triumph and the most devastating tragedy of Yasuo's life. In the growing twilight of peace, perhaps you might consider the mentors who have shaped your own journey and the weight of the faith they have placed in your potential to carry forward what they have taught you. Chapter 3. The Moment of Choice. In the quiet space between heartbeats, between breath and silence, lie the moments that define entire lifetimes. Tonight, as the fire burns low and shadows dance upon the walls, we come to that terrible crossroads where good intentions paved the road to unimaginable sorrow. Let us witness the moment when Yasuo's world began to crumble, not through malice or evil, but through the most human of failings, the desire to do what seems right in the face of impossible circumstances. The morning mist hung heavy over the Sword School on that fateful day, clinging to the ancient pine trees like spirits reluctant to return to the ethereal realm. The air itself seemed charged with an electricity that made the very atmosphere feel brittle, as if the world were holding its breath in anticipation of some momentous event. Birds, normally filling the dawn with their cheerful songs, remained strangely silent in their perches, as though they too sensed that something fundamental was about to change forever. Yasuo had awakened earlier than usual, stirred from his sleep by dreams filled with swirling winds and distant thunder. As he made his way through the school's familiar corridors, performing his morning duties with the automatic precision of years of practice, he could not shake the feeling that this day would be different from all those that had come before. The sound reached them first, as a distant rumble, like thunder rolling across the mountains, but sustained and growing ever louder. Then came the smoke, dark columns rising from the valleys below, speaking of villages burning and lives being shattered. The Noxian invasion, long anticipated and carefully prepared for, had finally begun in earnest. Students and masters alike gathered in the central courtyard, their faces reflecting a mixture of fear, determination, and uncertainty. Messengers had begun arriving even before the sun had fully risen, bearing urgent requests for aid from various military commanders and village leaders throughout the region. The outside world, with all its chaos and violence, was suddenly pressing against the peaceful sanctuary they had worked so hard to maintain. The elder stood at the center of these discussions, his calm presence providing a steady anchor in the storm of conflicting emotions and opinions that swirled around him. His voice, when he spoke, carried the authority of decades of leadership and the wisdom of someone who had seen the patterns of history repeat themselves countless times. "We have always known this day would come," he said, his words cutting through the babble of anxious voices. "The question before us now is not whether we will respond to our homeland's need, but how we can best serve the greater good with the resources and abilities we possess." The debate that followed was intense but respectful, reflecting the deep bonds of mutual respect that existed within their community. Some argued passionately for sending their most skilled students to join the organized resistance efforts. Others maintained that their primary duty was to preserve the school and its traditions, arguing that these represented treasures that could never be replaced if lost. Yasuo found himself torn between these competing perspectives, his heart pulling him in different directions with equal force. The rational part of his mind understood and respected his master's wisdom about the importance of protecting their sanctuary. The elders' arguments about the school's role as a repository of irreplaceable knowledge and tradition made perfect logical sense. But another part of him, the part that had been shaped by years of training in the warrior arts, the part that had absorbed countless lessons about courage and duty, rebelled against the idea of remaining safely behind walls while others fought and died for their homeland. The sounds of distant battle, growing ever closer as the day progressed, seemed to call to something deep within his soul. As the morning wore on, more messengers arrived with increasingly desperate requests for aid. Villages were falling to the Noxian advance. Militia forces were being overwhelmed by superior numbers and equipment. Children and elderly civilians were fleeing into the mountains, seeking shelter from an enemy that seemed to show no mercy to the innocent. Each new report felt like a physical blow to Yasuo's conscience. With every tale of suffering and destruction, the comfortable walls of the school began to feel less like protection and more like a prison. How could he continue his peaceful practice sessions while people were dying within sight of their mountain sanctuary? The elder, sensing his student's internal struggle, called Yasuo aside for a private conversation in the meditation garden. They walked together among the carefully tended plants and stone arrangements, the beauty of their surroundings providing a stark contrast to the grim realities being reported from the world beyond. "I can see the conflict in your eyes," the elder said gently, his voice carrying the compassion of someone who had faced similar dilemmas in his own youth. "You feel called to action, drawn to use your abilities in defense of the innocent. These impulses honor you. They speak to the nobility of spirit that I have always recognized within you." Yasuo nodded, grateful that his master understood his internal turmoil. "How can we call ourselves protectors if we do nothing while our people suffer?" he asked, his voice heavy with emotion. "What good are all our skills and training if we do not use them when they are most needed?" The elder paused beside a small pond where koi fish moved in lazy circles, their movements creating gentle ripples that caught and scattered the morning light. "The hardest lesson for any warrior to learn," he said eventually, "is that sometimes the greatest act of courage is restraint. Sometimes the most important battle is the one you choose not to fight." But even as his master spoke these words of wisdom, Yasuo could hear the sounds of conflict growing closer. Smoke was now visible from several directions, and refugees had begun appearing on the mountain paths leading to the school. Women carrying infants, elderly men supporting each other on walking sticks, children with eyes wide with terror, all seeking sanctuary from the violence that was consuming their world. The sight of these displaced people had a profound effect on Yasuo's already strained emotions. Here was suffering made manifest, innocence under assault, the very people that all of his training had supposedly prepared him to protect. How could he turn away from their need? How could he remain passive in the face of such obvious injustice? As the day progressed, the internal pressure continued to build. Reports continued to arrive of strategic positions falling to the Noxian advance, of defensive lines crumbling under sustained assault, of small groups of Ionian warriors making desperate last stands against overwhelming odds. Each new piece of information felt like another weight added to an already unbearable burden. The breaking point came when a young messenger, barely more than a child himself, arrived with news that a nearby village, one that many of the school's students called home, was under direct assault. The boy spoke through tears of families trapped by encircling forces, of defenders who were running out of arrows and hope in equal measure. "They sent me to find anyone who could help," the child said, his voice breaking with exhaustion and desperation. The captain said that even a few skilled warriors might be enough to break the siege, to give people time to escape to safety. Yasuo felt something snap inside him at that moment, like a bowstring pulled beyond its breaking point. The mathematical certainty that his presence could make a real difference in saving innocent lives warred against his sworn duty to protect the school and his beloved master. The weight of both responsibilities seemed impossible to bear. He looked around at his fellow students, seeing his own internal conflict reflected in their faces. They too had heard the reports, seen the refugees, felt the pull of duty and conscience that demanded action. Yet they also understood the importance of the trust that had been placed in them, the sacred responsibility to preserve what could not be replaced. In that moment of impossible choice, Yasuo made a decision that would haunt him for the rest of his life. He convinced himself that he could serve both duties, that he could rush to the aid of the besieged village and return quickly enough to ensure his master's continued safety. The plan seemed logical in his emotionally charged state. Use his exceptional speed and wind-walking abilities to reach the battle quickly, help break the siege, and return before his absence could create any real danger. He told himself that the elder would understand, that his master would forgive this temporary abandonment of post in service of saving innocent lives. He convinced himself that the school's other defenses would be adequate for the brief time he would be away. Most importantly, he convinced himself that inaction in the face of such clear need would be a betrayal of everything his training had taught him about honor and duty. Without seeking permission, without even informing his master of his intentions, Yasuo gathered his sword and prepared to depart. He moved through the school's corridors like a ghost, using the stealth techniques he had learned to avoid detection by the other students and teachers. His heart hammered in his chest as he made his way toward the mountain paths that would lead him to the battle. Just before leaving the school grounds entirely, he paused for one last look at the peaceful sanctuary that had been his home for so many years. The sight of the meditation gardens, the practice courtyards, the simple buildings where so much wisdom had been preserved and shared, all of it looked exactly as it always had, unchanged by the momentous decision he had just made. He told himself he would see it all again soon, that this departure was temporary, that he would return triumphant from his mission of mercy, to find everything exactly as he had left it. The wind that had always been his faithful companion seemed to whisper encouragement as he began his descent toward the valley, where the sounds of battle grew ever louder. As Yasuo disappeared into the mountain mists, carried forward by the terrible momentum of good intentions and youthful certainty, the school behind him continued its peaceful routine, unaware that its most devoted guardian had just made the choice that would shatter their world forever. In that moment of departure, the seeds of tragedy were sown, watered by nobility of purpose and fertilized by the crushing weight of impossible circumstances. Perhaps, as we consider this moment of fateful choice, we might reflect on those times in our own lives, when we have faced decisions where every option seems both right and wrong, where the very act of choosing feels like a betrayal of something precious. How do we find wisdom in such moments, when the heart and mind pull us in different directions with equal force? Chapter 4. The Discovery of Betrayal. Sometimes the greatest horrors arrive, not with thunder and lightning, but in perfect silence, wrapped in the deceptive calm of a world that appears unchanged. As our fire burns steadily tonight, casting its gentle light against the darkness, we must journey with Yasuo into the moment when his universe shattered without warning, when he discovered that in trying to save everyone, he had failed to protect the one person who mattered most. The mountain path back to the school had never seemed so long. Yasuo's body ached from the fierce battle he had just helped win. His clothes still bore the stains of combat, and his sword, his faithful companion through so many peaceful practice sessions, now carried the weight of lives taken in defense of the innocent. Yet, despite his exhaustion, despite the emotional toll of his first real taste of warfare, his heart was light with the satisfaction of duty fulfilled. The siege had been broken, just as he had hoped. His intervention, combined with the desperate courage of the village defenders, had been enough to turn the tide of battle. Families had been saved, children reunited with their parents, and a small piece of Ionia had been preserved against the Noxian advance. The gratitude in the villagers' eyes as they thanked him for his aid had filled him with a sense of purpose and validation that made all the internal conflict of his decision seem worthwhile. As he climbed the familiar switchbacks that led to the school, Yasuo allowed himself to imagine his master's reaction to the news of his successful mission. Surely the elder would understand once he heard about the lives that had been saved, the families that had been protected. Yes, there might be some initial displeasure at his unauthorized departure, but that would fade when the results spoke for themselves. The wind that had carried him swiftly to battle now seemed to push against him as he climbed, as if nature itself were trying to slow his return. But he attributed this to his own fatigue and the natural patterns of mountain weather. The same breezes that had once felt like faithful companions now seemed strangely reluctant to aid his homeward journey. The first sign that something was wrong came when he noticed the silence. The school should have been alive with the sounds of daily routine, students practicing their forms, masters discussing philosophy, the gentle sounds of domestic activity that always filled the peaceful courtyards. Instead, an oppressive quiet hung over the familiar buildings like a shroud. Perhaps, he told himself, the activities had been moved indoors due to the ongoing conflict. Perhaps the masters had decided that outdoor practice was too dangerous with Noxian forces potentially in the area. There were many reasonable explanations for the unusual stillness, and Yasuo tried to convince himself that his growing sense of unease was merely the product of an imagination heightened by recent combat. But as he approached the main gate, other details began to register in his consciousness. The carefully maintained gardens showed signs of disturbance, not the random damage of battle, but something more subtle and somehow more disturbing. Plants had been trampled, stone arrangements displaced, as if some struggle had taken place in spaces that had always known only peace. The great wooden doors of the school, which were normally left open during daylight hours as a symbol of welcome and transparency, stood closed, not barred against attack, but simply shut, as if the life within had withdrawn into itself. No guards stood at their posts. No students could be seen moving through the windows of the practice halls. Yasuo's heart began to race as he pushed open the familiar doors and stepped into the central courtyard. The space that had been the heart of his world for so many years now felt alien and wrong, though he could not immediately identify why. Everything appeared to be in its proper place. The meditation gardens were undisturbed. The practice equipment remained neatly arranged. The ancient cherry tree still stood in its accustomed spot. Yet the very air seemed to carry a weight that had not been there when he left. The quality of light filtering through the overhanging branches appeared different somehow, as if the world itself had shifted into a minor key during his absence. The silence was not the peaceful quiet of meditation, but something heavier and more ominous. He called out, his voice echoing strangely in the empty space. "Master, where is everyone?" The words seemed to be absorbed by the unnatural stillness rather than carrying as they normally would. No answering voices came from the surrounding buildings. No footsteps hurried to investigate the sound of his return. Following the familiar path to his master's private quarters, Yasuo tried to maintain hope that there was some simple explanation for the apparent abandonment of the school. Perhaps everyone had been evacuated to a safer location. Perhaps they had all gone to aid other communities under attack. Perhaps his master was simply engaged in deep meditation and had not heard his return. But with each step, the sense of wrongness grew stronger. The very stones beneath his feet seemed to whisper of tragedy, and the wind that had always been his ally now moaned through the eaves like a spirit in mourning. The familiar scents of incense and blooming flowers were overlaid with something else, something that made his stomach clench with premonition. The door to his master's chamber stood slightly ajar, and through the gap, Yasuo could see the soft glow of sunlight filtering through paper screens. Everything appeared normal, peaceful, exactly as it always had during the countless times he had come here for instruction and guidance. He pushed the door open gently, expecting to find his beloved teacher seated in meditation, or perhaps reading from one of the ancient texts that lined the chamber walls. Instead, he found Death. The elder lay in the center of the room, his body positioned with an almost ceremonial precision that spoke of care and respect rather than the chaos of combat. His eyes were closed, his face peaceful, as if he had simply chosen to lay down for a rest from which he would never awaken. But the wound that had ended his life, clean, precise, delivered by someone who knew exactly where to strike, told a different story entirely. For a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, Yasuo could not fully process what he was seeing. His mind refused to accept the reality before him, desperately searching for alternative explanations that might preserve the world he had known. Perhaps his master was simply injured. Perhaps the wound was not as serious as it appeared. Perhaps this was all some terrible nightmare from which he would soon awaken. But the absolute stillness of the beloved form, the pallor of skin that would never again flush with life, the terrible finality of death itself, all of these truths crashed over him with the force of an avalanche. His master, the man who had been father, teacher, and spiritual guide all in one, was gone forever. The sword that had delivered the killing blow lay beside the body, and Yasuo recognized it immediately. It was one of the school's own weapons, a blade that any of the advanced students would have been familiar with. This had not been the work of Noxian invaders or foreign enemies. This murder had been committed by someone from within their own community. As this realization sank in, Yasuo became aware of sounds from elsewhere in the school. Footsteps, voices, the sound of multiple people moving with purpose through the corridors. The apparent abandonment had been an illusion. Others had remained, and they were now approaching his location. The voices grew closer, and Yasuo could make out individual words, fragments of conversation that made his blood run cold. They were discussing what to do about the traitor, debating how to handle the one responsible for their master's death. With growing horror, he began to understand that he was not being welcomed back as a returning hero, but hunted as a suspected murderer. The first of his former fellow students appeared in the doorway, their faces reflecting a complex mixture of grief, anger, and accusation. These were young men and women he had trained alongside for years, friends who had shared countless meals and conversations, companions who had witnessed his devotion to their master and their shared traditions. Yet now they looked at him with eyes that held no warmth, no recognition of past friendship. In their faces he saw only suspicion and condemnation, the terrible certainty of people who believed they had already identified the guilty party. "Yasuo," one of them said, his voice heavy with accusation and sorrow. "You were supposed to be here. You were supposed to protect him." The simple statement cut deeper than any sword could have. In those few words lay the crushing weight of his failure, the acknowledgement that his choice to abandon his post had led directly to this catastrophe. He had left to save strangers, and in doing so, had failed to protect the person who mattered most to him in all the world. As more students gathered in the doorway, their faces reflecting the same mixture of grief and accusation, Yasuo realized that his return had not brought him home. It had delivered him into a nightmare from which there might be no awakening. The very people who had once called him brother now saw him as betrayer, murderer, the one whose selfishness had cost them their beloved master. The wind that had always been his faithful companion now seemed to mock him with its whispers, carrying the scent of cherry blossoms that would forever remind him of what he had lost. In the space of a few heartbeats, his entire world had transformed from victory to tragedy, from homecoming to accusation, from beloved student to suspected killer. Standing in that doorway, surrounded by the accusing stares of his former friends, looking down at the lifeless form of the man who had meant everything to him, Yasuo understood that his life as he had known it was over. The choice he had made with such noble intentions had led to consequences more terrible than any nightmare he could have imagined. As we pause here in this moment of devastating discovery, perhaps we might reflect on how quickly our certainties can crumble, how the very actions we take to preserve what we love can sometimes lead to its destruction. In what ways do we prepare ourselves for the possibility that our best intentions might still lead to our greatest failures? Chapter 5. The Accusation and Flight. In the space between innocence and exile lies a chasm that can never truly be crossed again. Tonight, as the flames flicker and cast dancing shadows on familiar walls, we witness the moment when Yasuo's world collapsed entirely, when those who had once called him brother became his accusers, when the sanctuary that had sheltered his dreams transformed into a prison of suspicion and betrayal. The circle of students had grown larger now, filling the doorway and spilling into the corridor beyond. Their faces, once so familiar and friendly, now seemed like masks of strangers, expressions twisted by grief into something unrecognizable and hostile. The weight of their collective gaze pressed down on Yasuo like a physical force, each pair of eyes adding to the suffocating atmosphere of accusation that filled the chamber. "Look at him," one of the senior students said, his voice thick with emotion. "Still carrying his sword, still covered in blood from whatever violence he's been engaged in while our master lay dying, defenseless and alone." Yasuo wanted to explain, wanted to tell them about the village he had saved, about the families that were alive because of his intervention, but the words seemed to stick in his throat as he realized how his absence must appear to them. Here was their master, murdered in what should have been the safest place in all of Ionia, while the one person specifically entrusted with his protection had abandoned his post for reasons they could not understand. "I was helping defend a village," he managed to say, his voice sounding strangely weak in the charged atmosphere. "There were innocent people under attack. I thought I could save them and return before—" "Before what?" another student interrupted, anger crackling in her voice. "Before our master paid the price for your arrogance? Before your selfish desire for glory cost us the one person we all depended on?" The accusation hit him like a physical blow. Selfish desire for glory. Was that how they saw his desperate attempt to save innocent lives? Could they not understand the impossible choice he had faced, the weight of responsibility that had driven him to action? But as he looked around at their faces, he saw only the pain of loss and the need for someone to blame. "You don't understand," Yasuo said, desperation creeping into his voice. "The messenger, there were children trapped, families who would have died without help. I thought the school was safe. I thought our defenses would be enough." "You thought," said Kenji, one of his former sparring partners, stepping forward with his hand resting on his sword hilt. "You thought your judgment was superior to our master's wisdom. You thought you knew better than the man who had devoted his entire life to protecting what we held sacred." The circle around Yasuo began to tighten, and he could feel the shift in the atmosphere from accusation to something more dangerous. These were not just grieving students anymore. They were becoming a group convinced of his guilt, united in their need for justice and vengeance. The bonds of friendship and shared training that had once connected them now seemed to count for nothing against the overwhelming evidence of his apparent betrayal. "The timing is too convenient," another voice added from the back of the group. "Yasuo disappears just when our master is most vulnerable and returns to discover the body himself. How do we know he didn't arrange this whole scenario to cover his own crime?" This new accusation sent a chill through Yasuo's entire body. They weren't just suggesting that his abandonment had enabled the murder, they were implying that he might have committed it himself. The logic, viewed from their perspective, had a terrible kind of sense to it. He had been the one entrusted with protection. He had been absent during the crucial time, and he had been the one to find the body. "You know me," Yasuo said, his voice breaking with emotion. "We've trained together for years. You know I would never harm our master. He was like a father to me. How could you even think?" "We thought we knew you," Kenji replied coldly, "but the person we knew would never have abandoned his sacred duty for personal ambition. If you could betray that trust, what else might you be capable of?" The circle continued to close around him, and Yasuo could see hands moving toward weapons. The faces of his former friends had hardened into the expressions of executioners, convinced of his guilt, and ready to dispense their own version of justice. The very people who had once laughed with him, trained with him, shared their dreams and fears with him, were now preparing to end his life. "Step away from the master's body," Kenji commanded, his sword now partially drawn. "You've defiled this sacred space with your presence long enough." Yasuo looked down one last time at the peaceful face of his beloved teacher, memorizing every line and wrinkle, trying to burn the image into his memory before he would be forced to leave it forever. The elder's expression showed no accusation, no judgment, only the serene peace of someone who had faced death with dignity and acceptance. I'm sorry, Yasuo whispered to the still form, tears beginning to blur his vision. I'm so sorry I failed you. But his words of grief and regret only seemed to inflame his accusers further. They interpreted his apology as an admission of guilt rather than an expression of genuine sorrow and self-recrimination. So you admit it, someone said from the crowd. You admit your responsibility for his death. No, Yasuo said, backing toward the window as the circle of students pressed closer. I admit I failed to protect him, but I didn't kill him. I would never. Someone else did this. Someone who knew our routines, who could get close to him without suspicion. The only person who fits that description, Kenji said, his blade now fully drawn, is you. The window behind Yasuo opened onto one of the school's many courtyards, and he could feel the cool mountain air against his back. The drop was significant but not impossible. He had made similar leaps many times during his training, but to flee now would only confirm their suspicions, would make him appear guilty in the eyes of everyone who had once loved and trusted him. Yet what choice did he have? They were clearly beyond reason, beyond any possibility of listening to his explanations or considering alternative suspects. The grief and shock of their master's death had transformed them into a mob, and mobs rarely paused to consider evidence or testimony that contradicted their predetermined conclusions. Don't make this harder than it has to be, another student said, moving to flank him. Come with us peacefully, and we'll make sure you receive a fair trial before the other masters. But Yasuo could see in their eyes that they had already conducted his trial in their hearts, and found him guilty. Any formal proceedings would be merely a ritual before an inevitable execution. The bonds of friendship and shared experience that should have protected him had been severed by the knife of suspicion and loss. I won't run, he said, though his hand had unconsciously moved to his own sword hilt. But I won't let you condemn me for a crime I didn't commit either. The standoff stretched for a moment that seemed to last forever, former friends facing each other across an unbridgeable chasm of accusation and denial. The peaceful chamber where so many important lessons had been taught was now the stage for a confrontation that would shatter the last remnants of the life Yasuo had known. Then Kenji moved, his blade flashing in the morning light, as he lunged forward with the obvious intent to capture or kill. Yasuo's training took over, his body responding without conscious thought to parry the attack and create distance between himself and his attackers. But even as he defended himself, his heart was breaking at the necessity of raising his sword against people he had once considered family. The clash of steel against steel seemed to echo with all the broken promises and severed bonds that filled the chamber. Each parry, each riposte, each defensive maneuver was also a step away from everything he had once held dear. His former friends fought with the righteousness of the betrayed, while he fought with the desperation of the falsely accused. But Yasuo's superior skill, honed by years of individual attention from their master, soon became apparent. Even fighting multiple opponents, even handicapped by his reluctance to seriously harm his former friends, he was able to create enough space and confusion to reach the window. This isn't over, Kenji called after him as he prepared to leap. You can run, but you can't hide from what you've done. We'll find you, Yasuo, and when we do, you'll answer for our master's blood. With those words ringing in his ears, Yasuo threw himself from the window into the courtyard below, using his wind techniques to soften the impact of his landing. Behind him, he could hear shouts of pursuit, the sound of feet running through corridors as his former fellow students organized to continue their hunt. But he was already moving, his grief and desperation lending speed to his flight as he raced through the familiar paths of the school grounds one last time. Every stone, every tree, every carefully tended garden held memories of happier times, and leaving them felt like tearing pieces from his own soul. As he reached the outer walls and leaped into the forest beyond, Yasuo realized that he was not just fleeing his accusers, he was leaving behind his entire identity. The promising student, the beloved protégé, the faithful guardian, all of these versions of himself were dying in this moment of exile. What remained was something new and terrible. A fugitive, a man without home or family, carrying the weight of a guilt he could not prove himself innocent of. The wind that had once carried him toward what he thought was heroic action now pushed him into an uncertain future, into a world where his former sanctuary had become forbidden territory, and his former friends had become enemies. Behind him, the school that had shaped his entire life grew smaller and smaller until it disappeared entirely behind the mountain peaks. As our tale pauses here, with Yasuo beginning his long journey into exile and disgrace, perhaps we might consider how quickly the foundations of our lives can crumble, how easily those who love us can become those who condemn us when tragedy strikes, and someone must be held responsible. In what ways do we prepare ourselves for the possibility that our very attempts to do good might be misunderstood by those we care about most? Chapter 6. The Weight of Guilt. In the wilderness of the human heart, where shadows grow longer than any forest canopy, there exists a torment more devastating than any external enemy. Tonight, as we sit together in the comfort of warmth and light, we must venture into the darkest territory of all, the landscape of self-doubt, where Yasuo wandered lost among the echoes of his own conscience, questioning everything he had ever believed about himself. The mountain forests of Ionia, once familiar pathways through his homeland, had become an alien wilderness to the exile, who now moved through them like a ghost haunting his own life. Every step took him further from the sanctuary that had defined his existence, yet no amount of distance could free him from the weight that pressed down upon his soul with each labored breath. Days blended into nights in a haze of exhaustion and anguish, as Yasuo pushed deeper into the untamed regions where few travelers ventured. The wind that had once been his faithful ally now seemed to carry whispers of accusation, rustling through the leaves with voices that sounded disturbingly like his former friends, his beloved master, and most cruelly of all, his own inner critic that had awakened to join the chorus of condemnation. In the first weeks of his exile, hunger and fatigue had provided merciful distraction from the deeper pain that gnawed at his spirit. The simple necessities of survival, finding shelter, locating clean water, foraging for food, demanded enough attention to occasionally quiet the relentless questions that circled in his mind like carrion birds over a battlefield. But as his body adapted to the hardships of life in the wilderness, as he learned to navigate the practical challenges of existence outside civilization, the psychological weight of his situation began to settle upon him with its full, terrible force. Without the buffer of immediate physical needs, he was left alone with the most dangerous enemy he had ever faced, his own thoughts. The doubt began as a whisper, so quiet that he could almost convince himself it wasn't there. Perhaps, the voice suggested, his accusers had been right about his motivations. Perhaps his decision to leave the school hadn't been entirely noble after all. Perhaps, buried beneath his conscious desire to help innocent villagers, there had been a selfish hunger for action, for the kind of glory and recognition that came from battlefield heroics rather than the quiet, unglamorous duty of protection. He would lie awake under the star-filled canopy of night, staring up at the same constellations that had once seemed like friendly companions during peaceful evenings in the school's meditation garden, and find himself reliving that fateful morning over and over again. Each time, he noticed new details that seemed to support the growing suspicion that his motives had been less pure than he had believed. Had there really been no other option but his personal intervention in the village siege? Could he not have sent word to other defenders, found alternative ways to aid the trapped civilians without abandoning his sacred post? The more he examined his decision, the more it seemed driven by pride and impatience rather than genuine necessity. The memory of his master's peaceful face, seen for the last time in death, became both comfort and torment. In quiet moments he could almost feel the elder's presence, could almost hear the gentle wisdom that had guided him through so many difficult decisions. But these moments of connection were inevitably followed by the crushing realization that his teacher was gone forever, and that his own choices had played a role in that loss. The hardest choices are not between good and evil, but between different forms of good, his master had once told him. At the time, the words had seemed profound but abstract. Now, living with the consequences of such a choice, Yasuo understood their terrible practical reality. He had chosen to save strangers over protecting his master, and that choice, regardless of its moral complexity, had led to tragedy. The guilt manifested itself in physical ways that surprised him with their intensity. Food became tasteless, sleep brought no rest, and even the simple act of breathing sometimes felt like more effort than he could sustain. His body, once a finely tuned instrument of martial discipline, began to rebel against the constant stress of self-recrimination and doubt. But perhaps the cruelest aspect of his internal torment was the way it poisoned his memories of happier times. Scenes from his training, conversations with his master, moments of achievement and pride, all of these precious recollections became tainted by the knowledge of how they had ended. It was as if his entire past had been retroactively corrupted by the tragedy of his master's death. During the long, solitary days of wandering, Yasuo found himself engaging in imaginary conversations with his master, desperately seeking some form of absolution or understanding. He would explain his reasoning, justify his decisions, plead for forgiveness from a teacher who could no longer hear his words. These one-sided dialogues provided temporary relief, but they inevitably ended with the same devastating silence that reminded him of his isolation. "I thought I was doing the right thing," he would whisper to the empty air, his voice hoarse from disuse and emotion. "I thought you would understand. I thought I could save everyone." But the forest offered no answers, no comfort, no wisdom beyond the harsh lessons of survival and solitude. The wind might carry his words away, but it brought back no replies, no reassurance that his choices had been justified or his guilt misplaced. As weeks turned to months, the weight of uncertainty began to crush his spirit in ways that external enemies never could. Physical opponents could be faced with sword and skill, but how could he fight against the possibility that he was exactly what his accusers claimed? A selfish young man whose arrogance had cost an innocent life. The worst moments came when he allowed himself to imagine alternative histories, scenarios where he had remained at his post, where his presence might have deterred or defeated whatever threat had ultimately claimed his master's life. In these fantasies, the elder lived to see another day. The school continued its peaceful mission, and Yasuo remained the beloved student he had once been. But these daydreams were double-edged swords that cut him even as they comforted. Each imagined happy ending only served to emphasize how far he had fallen from grace, how completely his real choices had diverged from the path of wisdom and duty. His sword, once a source of pride and confidence, became an almost unbearable burden during this period. The familiar weight on his back served as a constant reminder of the skills he had developed under his master's guidance, of the sacred traditions he had been trained to uphold, of the trust that had been placed in him and which he had failed to honor. Sometimes he would draw the blade in empty clearings, going through the familiar forms and techniques that had once brought him such joy and satisfaction. But the movements felt hollow now, disconnected from any meaningful purpose. What good were his abilities if he could not use them to protect what mattered most? What value did skill have if it came at the cost of wisdom and loyalty? The isolation amplified every doubt, every regret, every moment of self-recrimination, until they echoed through his mind with deafening intensity. Without the perspective that comes from human connection, without the balance that relationships provide to our harshest self-judgments, Yasuo found himself sinking deeper into a psychological quicksand of guilt and self-hatred. He began to understand why some people chose to end their suffering permanently rather than continue carrying such weight. The idea would whisper to him during the darkest hours before dawn, suggesting that perhaps the world would be better off without someone who had proven capable of such devastating failure. But even in his darkest moments, something within him resisted that final surrender. Perhaps it was the ingrained discipline of years of training. Perhaps it was the faint hope that someday he might find a way to atone for his failures. Or perhaps it was simply the stubborn spark of life that refuses to be extinguished even in the face of overwhelming despair. The seasons changed around him as he wandered, autumn giving way to winter, winter melting into spring, but the landscape of his internal torment remained constant. He had become a stranger to himself, a person he no longer recognized or understood. The confident young warrior, who had once moved through the world with such certainty, seemed like a character from someone else's story. Yet even as he lost himself in the wilderness of guilt and self-doubt, even as he questioned every choice he had ever made, and every value he had once held sacred, a small part of him continued to remember the teachings that had shaped his youth. Buried beneath the avalanche of recrimination and regret, the wisdom of his master lived on, waiting for the moment when Yasuo might be ready to hear it again. As we pause here in the deepest darkness of his journey, watching a once proud warrior reduced to a shadow of his former self by the weight of perceived failure, perhaps we might reflect on our own capacity for self-forgiveness. How do we distinguish between healthy accountability and destructive self-punishment? How do we carry responsibility for our mistakes without allowing them to define our entire worth as human beings? Chapter 7. Years in the Wilderness. Time, that great river that carries us all toward unknown shores, can become both friend and enemy to those who have lost their way. As the embers of our fire shift and glow tonight, we follow Yasuo through the long years that stretched before him like an endless road. Years when he tried to outrun his demons through alcohol and violence, when he became a ghost haunting the margins of civilization, searching for something he could no longer name. The Yasuo who emerged from the deepest wilderness was no longer the clean-limbed student who had once practiced forms in manicured courtyards. Months of rough living had hardened his features, weather and hardship carving new lines around his eyes and mouth. His clothes, once the simple but well-maintained garments of a respected student, had become a patchwork of repairs and replacements gathered from traders, taken from the dead, or bartered for with whatever skills he could offer. But the most profound changes were not visible to the casual observer. Behind his eyes lay a weariness that spoke of battles fought not just against external enemies, but against the relentless assault of his own memories and regrets. The confident young man who had once moved through the world with purpose and clarity had been replaced by someone who seemed to be running from something he could never quite outdistance. As he gradually made his way back toward the edges of civilization, Yasuo found himself drawn to the kinds of places where questions weren't asked and pasts could be temporarily forgotten. Taverns in frontier towns where rice wine flowed freely, and conversation rarely extended beyond the immediate concerns of survival and profit. Trading posts where merchants and sellswords gathered to share news, boast of their exploits, and drown their various sorrows in whatever alcohol was available. These establishments, scattered throughout the wilderness regions of Ionia, became his refuge from the crushing weight of solitude. Here, surrounded by the noise and activity of others, he could sometimes achieve blessed moments of forgetfulness. The constant chatter of conversation, the clink of coins and dice, the laughter and arguments of people focused on their immediate pleasures, all of this provided a kind of white noise that could temporarily quiet the voices in his head. But the peace such places offered was both temporary and costly. To maintain his welcome in these rough establishments, to fund his drinking and pay for his lodging, Yasuo began accepting work as a hired sword. His exceptional skills, honed through years of dedicated training, made him valuable to merchants who needed protection on dangerous roads, to local authorities dealing with bandits, and to anyone who required violence done with precision and efficiency. This work came naturally to him, too naturally for his own comfort. The muscle memory of combat, the instinctive responses trained into him through countless hours of practice, made him devastatingly effective in the kind of crude, desperate fights that characterized frontier justice. But each victory felt hollow, each defeated opponent another step away from the ideals his master had tried to instill in him. The worst part was how easy it became. Where once every use of his skills had been carefully considered, weighed against philosophical principles and moral guidelines, now his blade moved almost independently of his conscious will. He could end a fight before his opponents even realized it had begun, could cut down multiple attackers with the same fluid grace he had once brought to peaceful practice sessions. The rice wine that flowed so freely in these establishments became both medication and poison for his wounded spirit. In the temporary haze of intoxication, the sharp edges of his guilt and self-hatred became blurred and manageable. The constant mental replay of that fateful morning could be silenced, at least for a few precious hours, by enough alcohol to numb both mind and heart. But the relief never lasted, and the mornings after brought not just physical hangover, but a deeper spiritual sickness. Each time he woke in some cheap room above a tavern, surrounded by the stench of stale alcohol and his own self-disgust, Yasuo felt himself sinking deeper into a pattern of self-destruction that he seemed powerless to break. The work grew more frequent and more violent as his reputation spread through the network of traders and criminals who frequented these frontier establishments. Word traveled quickly about the mysterious swordsman who could handle any problem, no questions asked, for the right price. Some called him the Windwalker, others simply referred to him as the Ronin, but few bothered to learn his real name. He preferred it that way. Names carried history, connections, the weight of past relationships and future obligations. As long as he remained simply the swordsman, or that killer with the wind techniques, he could maintain the fiction that his current existence was somehow separate from the life he had lost. The jobs themselves began to blur together in his memory. Caravan guards duty that ended in roadside battles with desperate bandits, enforcement work for merchants who had been cheated by competitors, occasional bounty hunting when the price was right, and the target sufficiently unsympathetic. Each task required him to use skills that had been meant for protection and honor in service of increasingly questionable purposes. But perhaps the most corrosive aspect of this new life was how it gradually eroded his connection to the principles that had once defined him. The careful balance between strength and restraint that his master had taught him gave way to a purely utilitarian approach to violence. Why hold back when overwhelming force could end conflicts quickly? Why show mercy when enemies would use any sign of weakness against him? The rice wine helped him rationalize these compromises, at least temporarily. In the warm haze of intoxication, he could convince himself that he was still essentially a good person, simply doing what was necessary to survive. The people he fought were criminals and bullies anyway, weren't they? The violence he committed was in service of protecting trade and maintaining order, wasn't it? But in the clear light of sobriety, these justifications crumbled like morning mist, leaving behind only the bitter taste of self-knowledge and the growing certainty that he was becoming something his master would not recognize or approve of. Years passed in this fashion, each season blending into the next in a haze of alcohol, violence, and the constant movement that had become his only defense against the weight of stationary reflection. He grew skilled at reading the subtle signs that indicated his welcome in any particular establishment was wearing thin, adept at recognizing when local authorities were beginning to take too much interest in his activities. The constant travel meant that he witnessed the ongoing effects of the war that had originally driven him from his peaceful life. Villages bore the scars of occupation and resistance. Families remained divided by conflicting loyalties, and the land itself seemed to carry an air of uncertainty and loss that matched his own internal state. Sometimes, in unguarded moments, he would catch glimpses of the life he might have had if things had been different. He would see a master training students in a courtyard, or observe the careful rituals of respect and tradition that still survived in some communities, and feel a sharp pang of loss for the person he used to be. But these moments of clarity were dangerous, threatening to crack the carefully constructed shell of indifference and cynicism that protected him from the full weight of his grief. It was easier to retreat into the next tavern, to lose himself in the next bottle, to accept the next job that would require him to focus on immediate concerns, rather than larger questions of meaning and purpose. The wind still followed him during his travels, though their relationship had changed profoundly from the joyful partnership of his youth. Now it seemed more like a restless spirit that could find no peace, howling through mountain passes and across empty plains with a mournful sound that matched his own internal state. Sometimes he wondered if it was trying to tell him something, trying to guide him towards some resolution or redemption, but he had learned to ignore such fanciful thoughts. His sword, too, had changed in character during these years. The blade that had once been a sacred tool of discipline and protection had become merely a weapon, sharp, efficient, and utterly without the spiritual dimension that had once made each movement a form of meditation. He maintained it mechanically, keeping the edge keen and the balance true, but the deeper connection between warrior and weapon had been severed along with so many other bonds. As the seasons turned and the years accumulated, Yasuo began to realize that he had become trapped in a cycle as repetitive and ultimately meaningless as the seasons themselves. Each job led to another, each drink to the next, each town to the next destination, but nothing changed except the gradual erosion of whatever remained of his original self. He was still running, still trying to outdistance the weight of his failure and the accusations of his former friends, but the distance he had traveled had brought him no closer to peace or resolution. If anything, the constant movement had only made his internal exile more complete, separating him not just from his physical home, but from any sense of belonging or purpose. Yet even in the depths of this self-imposed purgatory, something within him refused to surrender completely. Perhaps it was the stubborn core of discipline instilled by years of training. Perhaps it was the faint echo of his master's teachings that no amount of alcohol could entirely silence. Or perhaps it was simply the fundamental human capacity for hope that persists even in the darkest circumstances. As we pause here in this chapter of wandering and self-destruction, watching a once noble soul lose itself in the wilderness of guilt and purposelessness, perhaps we might reflect on the paths we take when we cannot forgive ourselves. How do we distinguish between appropriate penance and destructive self-punishment? What does it take to break free from cycles of behavior that no longer serve us but have become familiar patterns of escape? Chapter 8. Confronting the Past. Truth, they say, has a way of surfacing like a cork in deep water, no matter how desperately we try to keep it submerged. Tonight, as shadows dance around our circle of warmth, we witness the moment when the currents of fate finally carried Yasuo back toward the answers he had spent years running from, answers that would prove both more terrible and more liberating than anything he could have imagined. The message came to him in a tavern much like dozens of others, where he had sought temporary refuge from his demons. The establishment squatted at a crossroads between mountain passes, its walls thick with the smoke of countless pipes and the accumulated conversations of travelers from across Ionia. Yasuo sat in his usual corner, nursing a cup of rice wine that had long since grown warm, when the stranger approached his table. At first glance, the man appeared to be another wandering sellsword, lean, weathered, with the kind of careful alertness that marked someone accustomed to violence and betrayal. But something in his eyes suggested a deeper intelligence, a purpose that went beyond mere survival or profit. When he spoke, his voice carried the cultured accent of someone who had received formal education, though years of hard living had roughened its edges. "You're Yasuo," the stranger said, making it a statement rather than a question. "The one they call the Unforgiven." Yasuo's hand moved instinctively toward his sword hilt, a response that had become as automatic as breathing during his years in the wilderness. "Depends on who's asking," he replied, his voice carrying the flat, emotionless tone he had perfected for such encounters. The stranger raised his hands in a gesture of peace, though Yasuo noticed he kept them positioned where they could quickly reach his own weapons if necessary. "My name is Riven," he said, "and I have information about your master's death that you need to hear." The words hit Yasuo like a physical blow, cutting through the haze of alcohol and cynicism that had become his constant armor against the world. For years he had avoided any mention of the tragedy that had driven him into exile, had refused to listen to news from the region where his old life had existed. Now suddenly, the past he had tried so desperately to escape had found him in this remote tavern. "I don't know what you're talking about," Yasuo said, but the words rang hollow even to his own ears. The tremor in his voice betrayed the impact of Riven's statement, revealing the raw nerves that lay just beneath his carefully constructed facade of indifference. Riven leaned forward, her eyes never leaving his face. "Your master wasn't killed by bandits or enemy soldiers," she said quietly. "He was murdered by someone from within your own school. Someone who had been planning the deed for months. Someone who waited until you were away to strike." The tavern around them seemed to fade into background noise as Yasuo struggled to process what he was hearing. For years he had carried the weight of believing that his abandonment of duty had enabled his master's death. The possibility that the murder had been deliberately timed to coincide with his absence was both liberating and terrifying in its implications. "Why should I believe you?" he asked, though his voice lacked conviction. Despite his words of skepticism, something deep within him was already responding to the possibility that his years of self-hatred might have been based on a fundamental misunderstanding of events. Riven reached into her travel pack and withdrew a small object wrapped in silk cloth. As she unwrapped it, Yasuo recognized a piece of jewelry that had belonged to his master, a simple pendant that the elder had worn every day, supposedly a gift from his own teacher decades earlier. Seeing it again brought a rush of memories so vivid that for a moment he could almost smell the cherry blossoms of the school's gardens. "The real killer kept this as a trophy," Riven explained. "I took it from his body after I executed him for his crimes. But before he died, he confessed to everything. The planning, the waiting for the right moment, the deliberate attempt to frame you for his crime." Yasuo stared at the pendant, his mind reeling with the implications of what he was being told. If Riven was speaking the truth, then everything he had believed about that terrible day was wrong. His absence hadn't enabled the murder, it had been orchestrated specifically to coincide with his departure. He hadn't failed to protect his master through negligence. He had been manipulated by someone who had planned the entire scenario in advance. "Who?" he whispered, the word barely audible above the tavern's ambient noise. "Who would do such a thing?" "A student named Makoto," Riven replied. "Someone you probably knew well. Someone who had been plotting to seize control of the school's teachings and resources for his own purposes. Your master's influence and wisdom stood in the way of his ambitions, so he arranged for both obstacles to be removed at once. The elder through murder, you through exile and disgrace." The name hit Yasuo like a blade to the heart. Makoto, quiet, studious Makoto, who had always seemed so dedicated to his training, so respectful of their master's authority. He remembered the young man clearly, slightly built, unremarkable in appearance, but possessed of a sharp intelligence that had made him one of the elder's most promising students in the theoretical aspects of their training. "But why frame me?" Yasuo asked. Though even as he spoke the words, he could see the terrible logic of the scheme. "What did he gain by making me appear guilty?" "You were the elder's favorite," Riven explained. "His most likely successor, the one who would have inherited his position and influence within the school. By removing you from consideration, either through execution or permanent exile, Makoto cleared the path for his own advancement. He probably planned to step forward as the voice of justice and order once you were gone." The pieces of the puzzle began falling into place in Yasuo's mind, creating a picture so shocking in its calculated cruelty that he could barely comprehend it. Every aspect of his suffering, every moment of guilt and self-hatred, every year of exile and degradation, all of it had been orchestrated by someone he had considered a friend and fellow student. "The other students," he said, his voice thick with emotion, "they really believed I was guilty. They weren't part of the conspiracy, they were victims of it, just like I was." Riven nodded gravely. "Makoto was very careful to establish what appeared to be overwhelming evidence of your guilt. Your absence at the crucial moment, your discovery of the body, even some planted evidence that suggested you had been acting suspiciously in the days before the murder. From their perspective, the case against you was airtight." The revelation was both liberating and devastating. Liberating because it meant that his years of self-recrimination had been based on false premises. He had not been responsible for his master's death through negligence or selfishness, but devastating because it meant that his exile and suffering had been unnecessary, that he had lost years of his life to a lie crafted by someone he had trusted. "Where is Makoto now?" Yasuo asked, his hand tightening on his sword hilt. For the first time in years, he felt the return of something like purpose, a clear target for the rage and grief that had been consuming him from within. "Dead," Riven replied simply. "As I said, I executed him myself once I learned the truth. But his death doesn't undo the damage he caused, doesn't restore the years you've lost or bring back your master." Yasuo sat in stunned silence, trying to absorb the full implications of what he had learned. The weight of guilt that had been his constant companion for so long was beginning to lift, replaced by a different kind of pain. The ache of time lost, of opportunities squandered, of a life derailed by another's calculated malice. "How did you discover the truth?" he asked finally. Riven's expression darkened. "Makoto made the mistake of trying to recruit me for another of his schemes. He had used the chaos following your master's death to position himself as a leader within the school. But his ambitions extended beyond that single institution. He wanted to build a network of allies who could help him gain influence throughout Ionia's martial arts community." She paused, taking a sip from her own cup before continuing. "During his recruitment pitch, he revealed details about your master's murder that only the killer could have known. Details that he couldn't resist sharing to demonstrate his cleverness and ruthlessness. I played along until I had learned everything. Then I made sure he would never harm anyone else." The thought of his master's murderer boasting about his crime filled Yasuo with a fury that burned away years of accumulated numbness and despair. But beneath the anger was something else, a growing sense of clarity and purpose that he hadn't felt since before that fateful morning when everything had gone wrong. "I need to go back," he said suddenly. "I need to tell the others what really happened. I need to clear my name and honor my master's memory properly." Riven shook her head slowly. "It's not that simple." Makoto covered his tracks well, and he had years to solidify his version of events in people's minds. "Even with his confession, even with the evidence I can provide, many people will find it easier to believe the lie they've already accepted than to admit they were wrong about something so fundamental." The truth of her words was bitter but undeniable. Yasuo had seen how quickly his former friends had turned against him, how readily they had accepted his guilt when presented with apparently overwhelming evidence. Convincing them to reverse that judgment would require more than just facts. It would require them to acknowledge their own role in perpetuating an injustice. But for the first time in years, Yasuo felt something stirring within him that resembled hope. The crushing weight of undeserved guilt was beginning to lift, replaced by a different but more manageable burden, the responsibility to restore his master's honor and his own name, regardless of how difficult that task might prove to be. As we pause here in this moment of revelation and dawning possibility, perhaps we might reflect on how often our deepest suffering comes not from our actual failures, but from our willingness to accept blame for circumstances beyond our control. How do we learn to distinguish between appropriate responsibility and unwarranted self-punishment? What does it take to rebuild a sense of self-worth after years of believing we are fundamentally flawed or guilty? Chapter 9. The True Murderer Revealed. Evil, it is said, often wears the most ordinary of faces, hiding behind smiles and courtesy until the moment it reveals its true nature. As the night deepens around our warm sanctuary tonight, we must examine the heart of darkness that had lurked within the very walls of that peaceful school. The calculating malice of Makoto, whose betrayal cut deeper than any blade, because it came wrapped in the guise of friendship and devotion. In the days that followed Riven's revelation, Yasuo found himself obsessively reconstructing the events that had led to his exile, viewing them now through the lens of terrible new understanding. Every interaction with Makoto that he could remember took on sinister new meaning. Every gesture of friendship revealed itself as potential manipulation. Every moment of apparent camaraderie became suspect in light of what he now knew. Makoto had been 3 years older than Yasuo, one of the senior students who had already achieved a level of competence that marked him as a potential instructor in training. His approach to martial arts had always been more intellectual than intuitive, where Yasuo's connection to wind techniques seemed almost mystical in its natural ease. Makoto approached every aspect of their studies with methodical analysis and careful planning. The elder had praised this analytical approach, seeing in it the qualities that would make Makoto an excellent teacher someday. Different students bring different strengths to our traditions, the master had often said. Yasuo has the gift of instinctive understanding, while Makoto possesses the discipline of systematic study. Both approaches have their place in preserving and transmitting our knowledge, but now, with the bitter clarity of hindsight, Yasuo could see how Makoto's careful, systematic nature had extended far beyond his martial arts studies. The same methodical approach that had made him an excellent student had also made him a devastatingly effective conspirator, capable of planning and executing a scheme of incredible complexity and cruelty. Riven had provided more details about Makoto's confession during their subsequent conversations, painting a picture of premeditation that stretched back months before the actual murder. The conspiracy had begun, she explained, when Makoto realized that his own advancement within the school's hierarchy was being blocked by the elder's clear preference for Yasuo as his eventual successor. He told me that he first considered simply challenging you to formal combat, Riven had said during one of their late-night discussions, but he knew that your superior skill would make such a challenge suicidal, so he began looking for alternative approaches, ways to remove you from consideration without having to face you directly. The plan that eventually emerged was a masterpiece of manipulation, designed to destroy both Yasuo and the Elder with a single carefully orchestrated stroke. Makoto had spent weeks studying the patterns of the school's daily routine, learning when the Elder was most vulnerable, when Yasuo was most likely to be away from his post, and how to create circumstances that would make guilt appear inescapable. The siege of the village had not been a random occurrence that Makoto had merely exploited. It had been artificially prolonged through his secret communications with certain elements among the attackers. Some of the Noxian forces that had seemed so threatening had actually been mercenaries in Makoto's employ, hired to create exactly the kind of desperate situation that would call to Yasuo's heroic instincts. He knew you better than you knew yourself, Riven had observed with grim admiration for the scheme's psychological sophistication. He understood that your sense of duty to innocent people would eventually override your loyalty to your post, especially if the situation appeared desperate enough, and immediate action seemed like the only way to save lives. The timing had been crucial to the plan's success. Makoto had needed to ensure that the Elder would be alone and vulnerable at exactly the moment when Yasuo's conscience finally drove him to abandon his protective duties. This had required careful coordination and impeccable timing, qualities that Makoto had developed through years of disciplined study and practice. Even the murder itself had been planned with meticulous attention to detail. The weapon used, one of the school's own training swords, had been chosen specifically to implicate someone with intimate knowledge of the institution's layout and customs. The positioning of the body, the lack of signs of struggle, the timing of the discovery, all of these elements had been calculated to support the narrative of betrayal by a trusted insider. But perhaps the most diabolical aspect of Makoto's scheme had been his manipulation of the other students' emotions in the aftermath of the murder. He had been among the first to discover Yasuo standing over their master's body, and his apparent shock and grief had seemed completely genuine to the traumatized witnesses. His accusations had carried special weight precisely because they came from someone who appeared to be struggling with the painful duty of condemning a former friend. He played the role of the reluctant prosecutor perfectly, Riven had explained, expressing sorrow at having to point out the evidence against you, claiming that he hoped there might be some other explanation, but ultimately concluding with seeming reluctance that the facts left no room for doubt. The psychological manipulation had extended beyond the immediate aftermath of the crime. In the months and years that followed Yasuo's exile, Makoto had carefully cultivated his image, as someone who had been deeply wounded by his former friend's betrayal. He spoke of sleepless nights spent wondering if there had been signs he should have recognized, of the terrible burden of knowing that someone he had trusted was capable of such evil. This performance had served multiple purposes. It had solidified his reputation as a person of integrity and moral sensitivity, making him a natural choice for positions of leadership within the school. It had also helped to maintain the emotional intensity of the other students' condemnation of Yasuo, preventing any cooling of anger that might have led to second thoughts or renewed investigation. Most importantly, it had positioned Makoto as the primary authority on what had really happened that terrible day. His version of events became the official narrative, the story that new students were told to illustrate the dangers of pride and the consequences of abandoning one's duties. Yasuo's name became a cautionary tale, spoken in hushed tones as an example of how even the most promising students could fall to darkness. The irony was crushing. The very institution that had been dedicated to preserving and transmitting the highest ideals of martial arts and spiritual discipline had been corrupted from within by someone who understood those ideals well enough to pervert them for his own purposes. Makoto had used the school's own teachings about honor, duty, and trust as weapons against the people who had embraced those principles most sincerely. But perhaps the most painful aspect of the revelation was understanding how completely Makoto had succeeded in his objectives. By the time of his eventual exposure and death, he had enjoyed years of the respect and authority that should have belonged to others. He had shaped the education of countless students, influencing their understanding of their traditions and their perception of what had happened to their former fellow pupil. He died satisfied. Riven had told Yasuo during one of their conversations. Even when I confronted him with evidence of his crimes, even when he knew his death was inevitable, he seemed proud of what he had accomplished. He spoke of it as a work of art, a demonstration of intellectual superiority over people who relied too heavily on emotion and intuition. This final detail was perhaps the most difficult for Yasuo to accept. The man who had destroyed his life and murdered his beloved master had felt no remorse, no guilt, no recognition that his actions had caused immeasurable suffering to innocent people. To Makoto, the entire scheme had been nothing more than an intellectual exercise, a problem to be solved through careful planning and flawless execution. The casual callousness of this attitude was almost harder to bear than the crimes themselves. Yasuo could have understood murder committed in a moment of passion, betrayal driven by desperate circumstances, even evil motivated by some comprehensible human weakness. But Makoto's approach had been utterly cold and calculating, treating human lives and relationships as mere pieces on a strategic board game. Understanding the full scope of Makoto's betrayal also meant recognizing how many other people had been victimized by his scheme. The other students who had been manipulated into condemning an innocent friend, the elder who had died never knowing that one of his trusted pupils was planning his murder, the school itself which had been corrupted by the presence of someone who viewed its highest ideals as tools for personal advancement. Even Makoto's eventual victims, for Riven had indicated that the elder's murder was not his only crime, had suffered because of decisions made years earlier in that peaceful courtyard. The corruption that had begun with ambition and jealousy had spread like a disease, touching countless lives in ways that might never be fully understood or remedied. As Yasuo absorbed these revelations, he found himself grappling with emotions more complex than simple anger or desire for revenge. The fury was certainly there, a burning rage at the casual cruelty that had destroyed so many lives for such petty motives. But alongside the anger was a deeper sadness for the loss of innocence, the recognition that the world he had once known was gone forever, poisoned by knowledge that could never be forgotten. Yet there was also something else emerging from the wreckage of his old beliefs, a growing determination to ensure that Makoto's victory would not be complete or permanent. The truth had finally emerged. Despite all the careful planning and manipulation, justice, delayed and imperfect though it might be, was still possible. As we pause here in this revelation of calculated evil, perhaps we might reflect on how trust, once broken by such betrayal, can ever be rebuilt. How do we distinguish between healthy skepticism and the paralysis of perpetual suspicion? What does it take to remain open to genuine human connection after learning that some people are capable of such elaborate deception? Chapter 10. The Path to Forgiveness. Forgiveness, perhaps the most difficult of all human endeavors, begins not with grand gestures or dramatic proclamations, but with the quietest of whispers in the depths of a wounded heart. Tonight, as our fire burns steady and true, we walk with Yasuo along the most treacherous path of his journey, the road that leads not to vengeance or vindication, but to the far more challenging destination of peace with himself. The truth about Makoto's betrayal had lifted the crushing weight of undeserved guilt from Yasuo's shoulders, but in its place came a different kind of burden, the complex task of rebuilding a sense of self that had been shattered by years of self-hatred and exile. Knowledge of his innocence in his master's death was liberating, but it could not instantly heal the deep wounds that years of believing himself guilty had carved into his soul. In the weeks that followed Riven's revelations, Yasuo found himself caught between conflicting impulses that pulled him in different directions, like rival winds in a mountain storm. Part of him burned with the desire for immediate action, to return to the school, to confront those who had condemned him, to demand acknowledgement of the injustice he had suffered. But another part of him, perhaps wiser in its own way, recognized that rushing back into the world he had lost would only create new forms of suffering for everyone involved. The other students who had turned against him had been victims of Makoto's manipulation just as surely as Yasuo himself had been. They had acted on what appeared to be overwhelming evidence, motivated by grief and a sincere desire for justice rather than malice or betrayal. How could he blame them for being deceived by someone who had spent months, or perhaps years, crafting the perfect lie? This recognition became the first step on his path toward forgiveness, not just of others, but of himself. As he sat by countless campfires during his continued wandering, staring into flames that danced like memories of better times, Yasuo began to examine his own role in the tragedy with new eyes, seeking to understand rather than condemn. His decision to leave his post that fateful morning had indeed been impulsive and unauthorized, but the motivations behind it had been genuinely noble. He had truly believed that innocent lives hung in the balance, that his intervention could save families from death or worse. The fact that this crisis had been artificially created by Makoto's manipulation did not diminish the sincerity of Yasuo's desire to help those he believed were in danger. Intent matters, he whispered to himself one evening, remembering similar words from one of his master's lessons about the nature of moral judgment. The heart that acts from love, even when that action leads to unintended consequences, is different from the heart that acts from hatred or greed. This distinction became crucial to his growing understanding of forgiveness. Makoto's actions had been motivated by selfish ambition and cold calculation, while Yasuo's had been driven by compassion and a desire to protect the innocent. Both had led to tragic outcomes, but the moral weight of those outcomes was not equally distributed between them. Yet even as he began to accept his innocence in the central crime that had defined his exile, Yasuo could not ignore the ways his subsequent choices had created their own forms of harm. The years of drinking, the violence committed in service of questionable causes, the deliberate numbing of his conscience through alcohol and brutality, these were decisions for which he bore full responsibility, regardless of the circumstances that had led to them. Here, too, the path to forgiveness required careful navigation between the extremes of self-condemnation and self-justification. His descent into the life of a wandering sellsword had been understandable given his circumstances, perhaps even inevitable for someone carrying such crushing guilt and isolation, but understanding the reasons for his choices did not eliminate the need to acknowledge their consequences and take responsibility for the harm they had caused. The process of self-forgiveness, he discovered, was not a single moment of revelation, but a gradual shift in perspective that occurred over many months of patient reflection. Like water slowly wearing away stone, each day of honest self-examination wore away a little more of the accumulated self-hatred that had defined his identity for so long. He began to remember, without the distorting lens of guilt, the person he had been before the tragedy, the young man who had trained with such dedication, who had genuinely loved his master and fellow students, who had dreamed of using his abilities in service of something greater than himself. That person had not been a lie or an illusion. Those qualities had been real, even if they had been buried under years of pain and self-doubt. The wind, his old companion that had seemed to mock him during his darkest years, gradually began to feel like an ally once again. Not the joyful partnership of his youth, that innocence was gone forever, but something deeper and more complex. The air currents that flowed around him seemed to carry whispers of possibility, suggestions that redemption might be not just a distant dream but an achievable goal. This reconnection with his elemental affinity brought unexpected insights about the nature of forgiveness itself. Wind, he realized, was the most forgiving of elements. It could be blocked by obstacles, but it would always find a way around them. It could be disturbed by violence, but it would eventually return to its natural patterns. Most importantly, it carried no grudges from past encounters, meeting each new moment with the same fundamental openness to movement and change. Perhaps that is what forgiveness truly means, he mused, during one particularly contemplative evening. Not the erasure of the past, but the willingness to move forward without being forever defined by what came before. This understanding became central to his evolving relationship with his own history. He could not undo the years of exile and degradation, could not restore the time lost to alcohol and meaningless violence, but he could choose how to carry those experiences forward, as sources of shame that would forever limit his possibilities, or as hard-won wisdom that might help him avoid similar mistakes in the future. The gradual return of hope brought with it new challenges and responsibilities. If he truly was innocent of his master's murder, if his exile had been based on lies and manipulation, then he had an obligation to ensure that the truth was known and that justice was finally served. But how could he fulfill this duty without causing even more harm to people who had already suffered enough? The other students who had condemned him were now years older, perhaps established in their own lives and careers. Some might have become teachers themselves, passing on the distorted version of events they had been taught to believe. Others might have left the martial arts entirely, unable to reconcile their love of the traditions with their memories of their master's betrayal by his most trusted student. Returning to demand vindication would force all of these people to confront the possibility that they had been wrong about something fundamental, that they had participated in a grave injustice based on lies crafted by someone they had trusted. The psychological impact of such a revelation could be devastating, potentially destroying the peace and stability they had built in the years since the tragedy. Yet the alternative, allowing Makoto's lie to remain the accepted truth, was equally problematic. It meant that his master's memory remained stained by the false narrative of betrayal, that future students would continue to be taught a cautionary tale based on fabrication rather than fact. It meant that the true nature of evil, Makoto's calculated manipulation, remained hidden, while the consequences of that evil continued to poison the well of truth. Yasuo found himself walking a narrow path between competing moral obligations, each step requiring careful consideration of the potential consequences for everyone involved. The desire for personal vindication warred with concern for others' well-being. The need for truth competed with the imperative to avoid causing unnecessary pain. In this moral complexity, he began to find echoes of his master's teachings about the nature of difficult choices. The elder had often spoken about situations where all available options carried significant costs, where wisdom lay not in finding a perfect solution, but in choosing the path that honored the most important values, even when doing so required painful sacrifices. The measure of a person, his master had once said, is not whether they avoid making difficult choices, but how they carry the weight of the choices they must make. As autumn gave way to winter and then to spring, Yasuo continued his wandering, but with a new sense of purpose that gradually replaced the aimless flight from his demons that had characterized his earlier years. He was no longer running from his past, but working toward a future where he might finally make peace with it. The forgiveness he was learning to extend to himself, was not the easy absolution of denial or self-justification, but the harder grace of acceptance of his own humanity, with all its capacity for both noble intention and tragic mistake. He was learning to see himself not as the perfect student he had once believed himself to be, nor as the irredeemable failure he had thought himself during his darkest years, but as something more complex and ultimately more real, a person capable of both wisdom and error, both selflessness and selfishness, both great love and profound failure. As we pause here in this quiet transformation, perhaps we might reflect on our own journeys towards self-forgiveness. How do we learn to distinguish between taking responsibility for our actions and accepting blame for circumstances beyond our control? What does it mean to forgive ourselves, not by minimizing our failures, but by accepting our humanity in all its imperfect complexity? Chapter 11. Redemption through Understanding. Redemption, unlike forgiveness, is not a gift we receive, but a path we must walk with our own feet, one deliberate step at a time. As the night deepens around our circle of warmth tonight, we witness Yasuo's transformation from a man haunted by his past into someone who could finally channel his pain into purpose, his grief into growth, and his hard-won wisdom into protection for others who needed what he had learned to offer. The change began subtly, like the first stirrings of wind before a storm. Yasuo found himself increasingly drawn to situations where his skills could be used, not for personal profit or temporary numbness, but in genuine service to those who faced threats they could not handle alone. The work was similar to what he had done during his years as a wandering sellsword, but the motivation behind it had shifted in ways that made all the difference. Where once he had taken jobs primarily to fund his drinking and pay for his lodging, now he began seeking out opportunities to help people who reminded him of those he had failed to protect. Traveling merchants threatened by bandits, isolated villages facing raids, individuals caught in circumstances beyond their control. These became his focus, and through serving them, he began to understand how his master's teachings could be applied, even in the harsh realities of a world far from peaceful courtyards and meditation gardens. The first time he refused payment for his services, the grateful farmer whose crop stores he had helped defend from raiders looked at him with such genuine confusion that Yasuo almost smiled despite himself. The man clearly could not understand why someone would risk their life for strangers without expecting compensation, and his bewilderment forced Yasuo to examine his own motivations more closely. "Because it's what my master would have wanted," he had said simply, and in speaking those words aloud, he felt something shift within his relationship to the elder's memory. For years, thoughts of his teacher had been sources of pain and guilt, reminders of failure and loss. But now, for the first time since that terrible morning, remembering his master brought a different feeling. Not the crushing weight of shame, but the gentle warmth of guidance that transcended death itself. This realization marked the beginning of a new phase in his relationship with his past. Instead of running from his memories of the school and his training, he began to deliberately cultivate them, seeking to understand how the lessons he had learned in that peaceful sanctuary could be applied to the chaotic and often brutal world he now inhabited. The wind techniques that had once been a source of joy and pride, then of bitter irony during his years of exile, gradually began to feel like gifts once again. But they were different now, no longer the expressions of youthful exuberance and natural talent they had once been, but tools refined by hardship and informed by a deeper understanding of both their power and their responsibility. He discovered that his connection to the wind had actually grown stronger during his years of suffering, though in ways he had not recognized at the time. The constant internal turbulence of guilt and self-hatred had created a kind of resonance with the chaotic air currents that surrounded violent conflict. Where once his techniques had been smooth and graceful, now they carried an edge of controlled fury that made them far more devastating in actual combat. But more importantly, he began to understand that his elemental affinity was not just about combat applications. Wind was about movement, change, and the interconnectedness of all things. It could carry both destruction and seeds of new growth, could bring both storms and gentle breezes that dried tears and soothed fevered brows. Like the element itself, he could choose how to channel his power toward harm or healing, toward selfish ends or service to others. This understanding led to experiments with aspects of wind mastery that his formal training had never explored. He learned to use gentle air currents to carry his voice across impossible distances, allowing him to coordinate defenses for communities under siege. He developed techniques for creating barriers of compressed air that could stop arrows or deflect attacks without causing harm to the attackers themselves. Most significantly, he began to understand how his ability to read wind patterns could be applied to reading human nature and social situations. The same intuitive sensitivity that allowed him to predict weather changes and air current shifts could help him sense the emotional atmospheres of groups, the tensions and alliances that shaped human conflicts. These insights proved invaluable in his new role as a protector of the innocent. Rather than simply wading into conflicts with superior force, he could often resolve situations through careful observation and strategic intervention. A word spoken at the right moment, a subtle display of power that demonstrated the futility of aggression, a demonstration of mercy that shamed attackers into reconsidering their choices. These became as important to his repertoire as any sword technique. The transformation was not without its challenges. Years of self-hatred and destructive behavior had left scars that could not be instantly healed by good intentions and noble purposes. There were still nights when the old demons returned, when the weight of lost time and squandered potential seemed too heavy to bear. There were still moments when violence came too easily, when his anger at injustice threatened to overwhelm his commitment to restraint and wisdom. But each time he faced these internal struggles, he found that he was slightly better equipped to handle them than before. The techniques of meditation and self-reflection that his master had taught him, neglected for so many years, gradually returned to serve him in his efforts to maintain balance between power and compassion. He began to develop what he privately called the discipline of remembering, a practice of deliberately recalling not just the traumatic events that had shaped his exile, but also the moments of beauty and wisdom from his earlier life. The sound of his master's laughter during their evening conversations, the satisfaction of a technique perfectly executed, the simple joy of training alongside friends who shared his dedication to their art. These memories became sources of strength rather than sources of pain. Through this practice, he began to understand that honoring his master's memory did not require him to remain forever trapped in grief and guilt. The elder would have wanted his student to grow, to learn from his experiences, to find ways to transform suffering into wisdom that could benefit others. The best tribute Yasuo could offer was not eternal self-punishment, but the development of the kind of person his teacher had hoped he might become. This insight led to a profound shift in how he approached his wind techniques. Where once he had practiced them as expressions of individual skill and power, now he began to see them as part of a larger conversation with the natural world. Each movement became a form of prayer, each technique an offering of gratitude for the gifts he had been given and the opportunities he had been granted to use them in service of something greater than himself. The change was reflected even in his physical appearance and bearing. The hunted look that had characterized his years of exile gradually gave way to something that resembled the confident young man he had once been, but tempered by experience and deepened by understanding. His movements regained their natural grace, but now carried an additional quality, a sense of purpose and intention that spoke of hard-won wisdom rather than innate talent. People began to respond to him differently as well. Where once his presence had inspired either fear or pity, now it brought comfort to those who needed protection and unease to those who threatened the innocent. Children, with their instinctive ability to sense the true nature of adults, no longer fled from him, but seemed drawn to his quiet strength and gentle manner. Perhaps most importantly, he began to attract others who were seeking their own paths to redemption, fellow exiles, former soldiers struggling with the moral weight of their wartime actions, young people who had made serious mistakes and were looking for ways to atone. These became his unofficial students, though he was careful never to claim the formal title of master that belonged to his elder. Through teaching others, even informally, Yasuo discovered aspects of his master's wisdom that he had never fully understood during his youth. The patience required to guide someone through their own mistakes, the skill needed to offer correction without crushing hope, the delicate balance between challenging students to grow and accepting them as they were. All of these became part of his own ongoing education in the responsibilities of power and knowledge. He began to see patterns in the struggles of those who sought his guidance, patterns that reflected his own journey and the universal challenges of learning to live with failure, regret, and the constant possibility of redemption. Each person he helped taught him something new about the nature of forgiveness, responsibility, and the complex process of transforming pain into wisdom. As the seasons turned and his reputation as a protector spread through the network of travelers and merchants who moved through Aeonia's more remote regions, Yasuo found himself becoming something he had never expected, a source of hope for others who had lost their way. The man who had once been known as the Unforgiven was gradually earning a new title, the Guardian of the Lost, protector of those who had nowhere else to turn. As we pause here in this chapter of transformation and growth, perhaps we might reflect on how our own greatest failures can become the foundation for our most meaningful service to others. How do we learn to see our scars, not as marks of shame, but as evidence of survival and sources of empathy for others who face similar struggles? What does it mean to find redemption, not through erasure of the past, but through transformation of our pain into purpose? Chapter 12. The Unforgiven's Peace. Peace, the most elusive of all treasures, comes not to those who seek it directly, but to those who learn to carry their burdens with grace. As our fire burns low, and the night draws toward its deepest hour, we come at last to the end of Yasuo's long journey, not to a destination of perfect resolution, but to something far more precious, the quiet understanding that redemption lies not in the erasure of our past, but in how we choose to carry it forward. Years had passed since Riven's revelation had lifted the crushing weight of undeserved guilt from Yasuo's shoulders, and in that time, he had slowly rebuilt not just his reputation, but his understanding of what it meant to be truly free. The title, Unforgiven, still followed him like a shadow, whispered in taverns and trading posts throughout Aeonia, but its meaning had transformed along with the man who bore it. No longer did it speak of shame and exile, of a student who had betrayed his master's trust. Instead, it had become something more complex and ultimately more powerful, a reminder that some wounds run too deep for simple absolution, that some experiences change us so fundamentally that we can never return to who we were before. Yasuo had learned to wear the name, not as a burden, but as a badge of hard-won wisdom. The wind that moved through the mountain passes of his homeland carried different messages now than it had during his years of bitter wandering. Where once it had seemed to mock him with whispers of failure and loss, now it brought news of those who needed his protection, guided him toward situations where his unique combination of skills and experience could make a difference in the lives of others. Ecom, in many ways, exactly what his master had always hoped he would be, a guardian of the innocent, a protector of traditions, a bridge between the idealistic teachings of the schools and the harsh realities of a world where violence and injustice were constant threats. But he had arrived at this destination by a path his teacher could never have anticipated, through valleys of despair and mountains of self-doubt that had ultimately made his commitment to these ideals deeper and more unshakable than youthful enthusiasm ever could have achieved. The school where he had received his training remained a place he could not return to, at least not in any traditional sense. Too much had changed. Too many of the people who had known him were gone or scattered, and the institutional memory of his crime was too deeply embedded in the place's identity for his presence to be anything but disruptive. But he had found ways to honor his master's legacy that transcended physical location or formal recognition. In remote villages where no established schools existed, He would sometimes spend weeks or months training young people in the basics of self-defense and spiritual discipline. He never claimed the formal title of master, never established permanent institutions, but his informal teaching created ripples of knowledge and wisdom that spread far beyond his immediate presence. These students, taught in forest clearings and mountain meadows rather than formal courtyards, learned not just the technical aspects of martial arts, but also the deeper lessons that could only be transmitted by someone who had experienced both the heights of achievement and the depths of failure. They learned about the weight of power, the responsibility that comes with skill, and the crucial importance of understanding one's own motivations and limitations. Perhaps most importantly, they learned about resilience, about the possibility of redemption even after the most devastating failures, about the way wisdom could emerge from suffering, about the truth that our greatest strengths often grow from the soil of our deepest wounds. These were lessons that could never be found in formal texts or traditional curricula, lessons that could only be taught by someone who had lived them. The relationship between teacher and students in these informal arrangements was different from what Yasuo had experienced in his youth. There was less hierarchy, more mutual learning, and a recognition that wisdom could flow in both directions. His students, many of whom carried their own burdens of loss and mistake, taught him as much as he taught them about the ongoing process of growth and healing. Through these teaching relationships, Yasuo began to understand something his master had tried to tell him long ago, that true mastery was not about achieving perfection, but about developing the capacity to help others find their own paths to growth and understanding. The wind techniques that had once been sources of pride, and later sources of bitter irony, had become tools for nurturing the potential he saw in others. His connection to the wind itself had evolved as well, becoming something that transcended mere technique or martial application. He had learned to read the emotional atmospheres of communities, to sense the underlying currents of hope and despair that shaped human behavior, to use his elemental affinity as a form of empathy that allowed him to understand what people needed most. Sometimes this meant offering protection from external threats, using his combat skills to defend the innocent from bandits or wild beasts. But more often, it meant providing something subtler but equally important, the assurance that someone cared about their struggles, the demonstration that redemption was possible even after serious failure, the living proof that isolation and despair were not permanent conditions. The communities he served began to develop their own stories about the mysterious guardian who appeared when he was most needed and disappeared when the crisis had passed. Some called him the Windwalker, others the Sword of Mercy, but the name that seemed to stick most persistently was simply the Protector, a title that captured not just what he did, but who he had become. These stories, spreading through the informal networks that connected rural communities, began to create a new kind of legend around Yasuo's name. Unlike the cautionary tale that had dominated his reputation for so many years, this was a story of hope and second chances, of the possibility that anyone could find their way back from the darkest places in their own lives. The irony was not lost on him that his greatest service to his master's memory was being performed in places and ways that the elder could never have imagined. The peaceful courtyards and formal traditions of the established schools represented one approach to preserving and transmitting wisdom, but the informal teaching and protection he offered represented another equally valid path. He had learned to see his exile not as a punishment or a failure, but as a different kind of education, one that had taught him about aspects of human nature and social reality that could never be learned within the protected walls of established institutions. His years of wandering and suffering had given him insights into the struggles of ordinary people that complemented the more abstract wisdom he had gained from formal training. The guilt he carried for his master's death had been transformed, through long effort and gradual understanding, into something that resembled what the elder himself might have felt. Not the crushing self-hatred that had nearly destroyed him, but the gentle sadness of someone who understood the weight of responsibility and the reality of loss. It was a mature form of grief, one that honored the dead, while still allowing the living to continue growing and serving. In quiet moments, often while watching sunset paint the mountains in shades of gold and purple, Yasuo would find himself having imaginary conversations with his master about the path his life had taken. These dialogues, once sources of torment, had become sources of comfort and guidance, ways of accessing the wisdom his teacher had tried to impart during their all too brief time together. "I think you would understand now," he would whisper to the evening wind, "why the wind must sometimes become a storm before it can bring the gentle rains that help things grow." The peace he had found was not the simple contentment of a life lived without mistake or suffering, but the deeper tranquility that comes from learning to accept both the light and shadow within oneself. He would never again be the innocent young man who had once practiced his forms in serene courtyards, believing that dedication and good intentions were sufficient to protect everything he loved. But in losing that innocence, he had gained something more valuable: the wisdom to see clearly, the strength to act decisively when action was required, and the humility to accept help when it was offered. He had learned that true forgiveness was not about forgetting the past, but about choosing how to carry it forward, in service of something larger than personal comfort or vindication. The wind that moved through the trees around his current resting place seemed to carry the voices of all those he had helped over the years, the grateful whispers of families protected from bandits, the relieved sighs of travelers who had found guidance when they were lost, the tentative hopes of students who had discovered their own potential under his informal instruction. These voices had become the true measure of his redemption, more meaningful than any formal recognition or institutional vindication could ever be. He had learned to find his worth, not in external validation, but in the knowledge that his existence made a positive difference in the lives of others who needed what he had learned to offer. As dawn approached and the night's final shadows began to retreat before the growing light, Yasuo understood that his story was not ending but entering a new phase. There would always be those who needed protection, students who needed guidance, communities that required someone willing to stand between them and the various forms of darkness that threatened their peace. The title Unforgiven would likely follow him for the rest of his life, but he had learned to see it not as a curse but as a reminder of the journey that had brought him to this point. It spoke of someone who had faced the worst in himself and emerged not unscathed, but strengthened by the experience of surviving his own capacity for failure and finding ways to transform that failure into service. As we draw our tale to its close, watching the sunrise paint new possibilities across the landscape of Yasuo's continuing journey, perhaps we might reflect on the nature of redemption itself. How do we learn to measure our worth? Not by the mistakes we have avoided, but by what we do with the mistakes we have made. What does it mean to find peace, not through the erasure of our past, but through the transformation of our pain into wisdom that can serve others who walk similar paths? In the end, perhaps the greatest forgiveness is not what others grant us, but what we learn to offer ourselves, not the cheap absolution of denial, but the costly grace of accepting our full humanity, and choosing to use even our failures as stepping stones toward becoming the people we were meant to be.